Once with earth-shaking steps, the unstoppable evil began its trek towards the front. In the terribly improbable event that it may have forgotten how that works, a formidable help function has been provided. Even the forest could not withstand the aura of the ultimate evil, and beat a hasty retreat. A few of the Alliance units had entrenched themselves here. A determined absolute evil marched towards them in order to strike them down with its mighty weapon. The absolute evil had discovered a medal. These legendary awards ensured a creature could be made even more powerful. Only one once, but a creature could only wear one at a time. Eyes ablaze with greed, the insidious evil gazed upon the blood-drenched battlefield. Here the last defenders of good would die, and an age of projectiles from the Alliance's catapults darkened the sky. But the Horde's fighting skills were at their best in darkness, if they survived. The absolute evil destroyed the defenders' camp in the east with the greatest of ease. Now, only one tiny camp offers any resistance to the absurdly evil evil. And even that won't be able to hold out for much longer. Nothing and no one could stop the invincible evil. Absolute evil destroyed the defenders' camp in the west with the greatest of ease. The defenders in front of the city had been beaten to a pulp and defeated. Now the time had come to attack King's Ending. The final battle beckoned. The city gate was firmly barricaded by the Alliance's archers, but the absolute evil would not allow itself to be held up by such ridiculous impediment. So, go get them! Destroy them now! Ha 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 ha! Oh yes, sorry, stay in character. The absolute evil used its all-powerful magic to eliminate the archers and open the gate to the city. Using its legend of, wait for it, dairy powers, the absolute evil destroyed the impediment with ease and simultaneously eliminated a whole group of defenders. Somewhere in the depths of the dungeon, the last remaining and the hand, an old throne room was revealed by the light. The circumstances remained a mystery. The hand of terror flew through the throne room, following each and every thought the ultimate evil had. After a few flying sessions, the ultimate evil was able to control the hand with ease. The time had come to call forth creatures who were completely devoted to it and would do its dirty work. Little snots were the dregs of each and every dungeon and spent their time taking care of it. The expansion-mad evil hired one snot on the spot. The first little snot appeared. It was completely ready to work in the dungeon and to crawl in the dust before the ultimate evil. Little snots were important to the ultimate evil because they took care of many important little things, such as excavating new areas. The psionically gifted evil could sense the presence of something important that was buried to the south. It instructed its little snots to dig in that direction. As quick as a fart, the little snot made his way to the marked position and began to dig. Behold, the creatures of the overjoyed evil had apparently been much more industrious than it had thought. A great dungeon was revealed behind the wall. Everything was already in place. Doors, traps, a well-filled treasury. Oh, wait. Treasury? And where, if you please, is this treasury? Oh well. One can't expect too much of these mindless little snots. First of all, some gold had to be dug out to make space for a treasury to be created. The hand of terror swiftly marked a few small gold veins so that the little snots could excavate them. As soon as the gold vein was selected, a little snot immediately set out to mine valuable gold for the greedy evil. Once most of the gold had been mined, the Hand of Terror quickly created a treasury on the spot so that the precious metal could be safely stored. The clever evil mastered this task with flying colors. From now on, little snots could use the treasury to store mined gold. It was then at the greedy evil's disposal whenever more rooms needed to be built or new creatures recruited. Little snots were all well and good, but were too weak and cowardly to defend the dungeon. Since it was not able to defend itself, the ultimate evil would have to hire some orcs. But they would require food. Liquid food. Well, beer to be precise. So the next important thing to build was a brewery. And that would require some space to be created. The ultimate evil had the feeling that its servants were not really putting their backs into the work. Might a hearty slap from the Hand of Terror change that? There was now an area cleared for the brewery site, and with quick finger snaps from the Hand of Terror, the room stood ready. Excellent. But the recently built brewery lacked a brewing copper. With a sigh of resignation, the overworked evil set about taking care of that too. The hard-working evil effortlessly built a brewing copper so that delicious beer could be brewed as soon as possible. One of the little snots started working on the brewing copper. The nostalgic evil banished all thoughts of Oktoberfest and brass bands. Those would have to wait. More important tasks had to be completed first. The feisty evil's little snots dug up a spider's nest, thereby preempting some of my stories. Since there were no powerful fighting units in the dungeon, it was advisable for everyone to keep very, very still for the time being. Both beer and gold were now available in the dungeon, so it was time to hire some creatures to defend against greedy heroes or whatever else snuck around underground. At present, it was only simple orcs declaring undying loyalty to the ultimate evil. The rest of the horde was scattered to the winds.
The evil has awoken, but its brothers are still asleep.
Huh? What on earth was that? That's not in my script. What a weirdo. No matter. We'd better get back to concentrating on the dungeon. Orcs were defensive close combat specialists, capable of dealing with many opponents. However, they were very vulnerable to ranged attacks. A huge monstrosity loomed out of the darkness on 8 legs. This dungeon's human guards had been ancient history for a long while. Now it was home to a huge spider and her brood. Would Sam and Frodo escape it and continue their journey to Mount Doom, or was this the end of the Ring Bearer? Hang on a minute, that's not the right text. Where were we? Oh yes, a huge spider, henceforth called the Spider Queen. It would be necessary to eliminate the Spider Queen before the horde could reach the surface. The Spider Queen sent forth a wave of her children. Of course, the ultimate evil was fully aware of this danger and immediately prepared to defend itself against them. At least, that's what I heard. It's payday. An eerie gong rang through the hall. It did not bode well for the ultimate evil's treasury stocks. For the vile perversion, once the ultimate evil had escaped from the depths, still fettered to the throne, it The first treasury was completed. Soon greedy evil's little snots would fill it with gold. You know the golden rule, right? Whoever has the gold makes the rules. warmongering evil had hired the first orc. As ancient wisdom says, violence is a solution, usually the only one. The first of suicidal evil's creatures ventured to the surface, but they were still a far cry from being what you could call a robust, capable army. In the event of any threat, the popular French military tactic would be best employed. Run away and hide. Another orc entered the service of the military-savvy evil. The horde was growing and prospering. A pretty little human village lay spread out before the ultimate evil's eyes. A few excited peasants, the time to attack appeared to be right. On the surface, in the tavern of a small, miserable village, some adventurers gathered. They were acquiring Dutch courage for their visit to the dungeon by downing several beers. The dungeon had to be destroyed. Right now, the restricted evil was only able to call upon orcs and little snots. But there had been rumors that some goblins were hiding out in a cave somewhere close by. The exploratory evil would be sure to follow this line of inquiry. The heroes didn't know what had hit them, as several orcs bore down from nowhere and annihilated them. This group of heroes had plundered their last dungeon, but there would be more. A delicious rumble announced the fact that the village's last house had crashed to the ground. Ha! There would be no more heroes meeting there to seek out the dungeon of the destruction-hungry evil. The hunting lodge of King Robert lay in the north. It was there that the ultimate evil would finally get its long-awaited revenge. However, it looked pretty damn well guarded. Maybe it should first visit the cave to the west, inhabited by a clan of goblins, where the cunning evil could do a little negotiating. The goblin leader prostrated himself joyfully before the ultimate evil and immediately dispatched 2 goblins into its dungeon with a few plans for a new room, a tinkerer's cave. This was built as quickly as possible. The tinkerer's cave was built. It could, however, only be used as a warehouse, as it lacked the workshop that the insidious evil's goblins needed. Quick as a flash, Evil placed a creator mat in the Tinkerer's Cave. A sparkling new creator mat graced the Tinkerer's Cave of the expansion-hungry Evil. A goblin would be able to work well in here, producing toolboxes. A few of these boxes would now be needed in order to invent a trap. The moody Evil waited patiently. As cowardly as the goblins were, their creativity more than made up for this. They proudly presented the treacherous evil with their plan for a devious trap. With a silent, evil cackle, it quickly buckled down to setting the trap. Heyday! The fortress could already be made out in the distance. The walls were lined with crossbowmen. Ahead of the horde came across a stray goblin by the roadside, who apparently constituted the sad remains of one of the hunting lodge's attack units. This miserable being joined the army of the powerful evil with a grateful whimper. Job done! The trap was finished and ready to be found by a hero. This is going to be so much fun! Just at that moment, a particularly powerful dwarf warrior appeared in the dungeon. How had he suddenly arrived at this precise time was indeed most odd, but his presence was more than welcome. He was going to be a guinea pig for the trap. Even this strong dwarf warrior didn't stand a chance against the treacherous traps and powerful monsters of the invincible evil. He bit the dust. So much for a game of dwarves. The dungeon's defenses were now clearly much improved, but the hunting lodge still remained well protected and impregnable. There was nothing that the ultimate evil could do. The task was impossible. So the evil withdrew, bent and broken, let feelings of revenge ebb away, and instead took up looking after those cute, teeny-weeny trees. What are they called again? Bonsai, yes, that's it. The end. Pretty unsatisfactory, huh? Of course, that wasn't the end. In reality, the indefatigable evil paid the goblin cave another little visit. The goblin leader would hopefully spit out something useful after a few more slaps. A few hard slaps were enough to motivate the leader of the goblins to help the ultimate evil. As it transpired, there was an old tunnel which had been previously used as an escape route. This connected the goblin cave with the vaults of the hunting lodge. The goblin leader voluntarily made a goblin assassin available to the hard-hitting evil to help infiltrate the lodge. The cheerful evil was pleased with this support. An assassin was a decent melee fighter, but its actual strength lay in its ability to make itself invisible. This was, of course, tested out immediately. Despite the powerful invisibility skill, it was advisable for the ultimate evil to be cautious. Some opponents had such highly trained observation skills that they were actually able to see invisible units. A locked door prevented the assassin from progressing. It would have taken a long time for him to have opened it with sheer brute force using weaponry. Thankfully, he had a suitable skill with which he could deactivate doors, and more importantly, traps. A Gobobot was being forced to make miserable repairs in the lodge. A brief feeling of what it thought might be sympathy passed through the sensitive evil, but this actually turned out to be a mighty belch. Naturally, it would free the useful Gobobot anyway. Elated by the assassin's attempt at rescuing it, the Gobobot joined the horde and succeeded in showing its tormentors a real hot time. Its ability to more or less ignore range damage and set fire to large areas would come in very handy. And so the negligent evil promptly allowed the only really vital unit to this mission to die. The goblin leader sighed and put his second best assassin at evil's disposal at the basement exit. The hunting lodge was completely destroyed. The vengeful evil gave itself a very self-satisfied pat on the back. The time was right to concentrate on King Robert. He was in his renowned garden reciting his much less renowned love poems. The lyrically challenged evil had no time for poetry and would soon make this tangibly clear to him. The king was accompanied by a pixie who was able to cast powerful healing magic. Any direct attack would be suicidal. Payday! Mercifully, the omniscient and helpful narrator was at hand. He pointed out to the impatient evil that the pixie where the annoying little pixie had spoken her last healing spell. The crafty-minded evil sculpted a fan from her wing. Now it was time to look for King Robert and ensure his King Robert fell, and the ultimate evil had received its well-deserved revenge. But there were still many more heroes out there who deserved to bite the dust. Their time would come. The demigod Krotos. King Robert was gold-greedy evil built the first underground treasury, thus laying the foundations for insane amounts of hoarded treasure. Exploration Keen Evil sent its troops to the surface for the first time. The swamplands spread out before them. The next step was to either find the Nagas and recruit them, or be massacred by the army of the Alliance. It was a difficult decision. The army of the ultimate evil could view the temple from the top of the hill, and it did indeed not look good for the Nagas. The nauseatingly good hero Krotos personally led the Alliance into battle and was forcing the snake creatures to retreat. Only his death would deliver the temple back into the hands of evil. Well, that could be arranged. The troops of the ultimate evil stumbled upon a patrol of the Alliance that had caught some Nagas. Of course, they immediately set about wiping out the much-hated heroes. Oh, and by the way, you could, of course, also set those Nagas free. The last fighter in the patrol was defeated. Creatures of the Horde cheered. Oh, yes, and set the Naga free as well. They were overjoyed to join the ultimate evil. The eager for new units evil sent his creatures further towards where it expected the Naga camp to be. The Nagas kept up their fight to free their unholy temple from the Alliance. If the ultimate evil was to help them win it back, then their support would be guaranteed. Since that fitted perfectly with the planned revenge on Krotos, it was the ideal solution. Alliance troops. It appeared that more units had made themselves invisible with the help of magic. The support of a Naga would be needed to detect them. At last, the Horde reached the Naga's camp. They were not able to offer the ultimate evil much help. However, they spoke of an artifact that was hidden deep down in the mountain. It would make defeating the Alliance a piece of cake. The Alliance had discovered the presence of the ultimate evil. This had nothing to do with a tip-off from a certain narrator who wanted to increase the tension. It was pure coincidence. The good people responded, as you might expect, with a direct attack on the dungeon. The Nagas opened a portal to the artifact using their ancient magic. The insidious evil debated briefly whether it was worth the risk. Finally, however, it decided it was only a question of its creatures' lives, and of course, the ultimate evil didn't give a toss about them. The Horde had passed through the Naga portal and found themselves in an old altar chamber, in the center of which lay a very ancient-looking object. This had to be the artifact. Some creatures appeared to be guarding it. There are enemies in your dungeon. Once the artifact guards were eliminated, the artifact began to glow. It almost seemed to be waiting to be picked up. It looked as if the artifact would fit perfectly into the mysterious altar base that lay deep within the dungeon of the ultimate evil. Maybe it would be a good idea to place it. The artifact was currently lifeless. It needed some magic. The next task for the expanding evil's creatures was to expose some mana crystals. This mana would be necessary to charge the artifact up. Wait a moment, that's already been done. Well, looks like someone was trying to become the teacher's pet. Nerd. But a mana crystal on its own was really of no value to the ultimate evil. It would take a crystal chamber to make this valuable asset usable. A room was quickly installed under the crystal. The crystal chamber shone with the brilliance of a freshly painted room. To exploit this effectively, the success-enabling evil was now able to recruit Nagas. At this exact moment, the clan conveniently placed some of these snake-like beings at its disposal. Apparently, it had not escaped the notice of the Alliance's magicians that something disturbing was going on in the underground. So they decided to mount powerful attacks on the dungeon. But the ultimate evil had been warned. That's what I'm doing right now, by the way, and created such a formidable defense that it would have brought tears to the eyes of any tower defense player. Enemies have entered the dungeon. A cry for help from a few Nagas trapped in a very remote area reached the ultimate evil while it was defending the dungeon. Maybe they could be saved by using a spell, which was ready to be unlocked in the crystal chamber. But surely, the artifact filled itself up with magic. Wave-by-wave tactics of the Alliance had so far proven unsuccessful. So, a strategic genius had decided to open up a second entrance to the underground in order to send, well, wave after wave of units into the dungeon. There are enemies in your dungeon. The creatures of the unstoppable evil continued work on filling the artifact with magic. The ultimate evil had learned a spell. This would enable the Nagas to be rescued. It immediately set about doing so. The unspeakable evil's creatures approached the Alliance's camp. An impressive dam towered into the sky in the background. However, this path led to absolutely. The ultimate evil, or more precisely its creatures, destroyed the Alliance's camp with the greatest of ease. It considered having a luxury hotel for stressed dungeon managers built there. They need the song of magic. Oh yes, the artifact continued to fill itself with more delicious mana. The spell ensured the Naga's safe passage into the dungeon of the ultimate evil. Excellent work. There are enemies in your dungeon. The artifact was almost bursting with energy. It was now producing mana independently and ready to stand by the ultimate evil's side in the battle for the temple. It also gave the ultimate evil access to a few more magic spells. Now it was time to take the temple and destroy Krotos. The ultimate evil gathered all the troops together to attack in one devastating wave. Together with its Naga allies, the army of the ultimate evil stormed the Naga temple. The battle began. There are enemies in your dungeon. Defend the throne room. Defend the throne room. Although Krotos managed to escape, the Horde had Some creatures had been hiding in a secret room. They joined the ultimate evil. Rumor had it there was an ancient cave here, once inhabited by orcs. Perhaps the ultimate evil would find some answers there. Oops, just realized I skipped a paragraph, sorry. There were 3 upwardly mobile Alliance cities in the vicinity. Previously, these had been industrial centers with well-regulated trades. However, in recent years, the banking industry had grown exponentially, and so now all the inhabitants worked for the banking sector. These cities have been networked together via a well-guarded road system, colloquially referred to as Wall Street. Is this really relevant? I don't think so. The last worker had been expelled from the gold mine. This underground area was now held firmly in the iron grip of the ultimate evil. Well, in the hand of terrors, actually, as evil wasn't so hot at moving them around. Some creatures had been hiding in a secret room. They joined the ultimate evil. Some creatures had been hiding in a secret room. They joined the ultimate evil. Royal aid had reached one of the threatened banks in the shape of a gold-laden donkey. A well-functioning financial bubble like that would always be a lure not just to bankers, but to heroes as well, looking for somewhere to store the proceeds of their last forays. Once this was done, they marched straight for the nearest dungeon. Unfortunately, that belonged to the ultimate evil, and as dungeons go, would prove a very hard nut to crack. The ultimate evil would not permit any further gold transports to reach a bank in distress. This was in order to prevent the emergence of any more heroes. The creatures of the ultimate evil had discovered an entrance to the underground from the surface. It would be wise to secure this area, so they would be able to use this entrance themselves. The ultimate evil's creatures occupied the region with the greatest of ease, and so made the entrance to the underground accessible. It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. There are countless spiders pouring out of a room that was accidentally unearthed. Disgusting. The entrance to the old orc cave was in this area of the overworld. The ultimate evil instructed its creatures to enter it. They were to look for something useful to fight the unicorn. The creatures of the ultimate evil entered the orc cave, referred to as DF9 with trepidation. Due to the greed of its owners, this ambitious building project had never quite been finished. However, there was bound to be something that would prove useful in defeating the unicorn. At least, that's what the strategy guide kept saying. An orc emerged from the darkness, muttering, "Right, show me what you've got there." He started attacking the creatures of the ultimate evil. After a tough battle, the mysterious orc was slain. What was all that about? But wait, suddenly the corpse of the orc began to disintegrate. At the same time, something could be seen moving by that strange altar in the orc cave. Was that his spirit floating in the air over there? After a few seconds, the strange altar appeared to set the orc free. It would seem he had risen from the dead. He now happily joined the horde, having ensured their fighting skills were up to scratch. This strange altar was impressive. Perhaps the ultimate evil would soon be able to build something like this in its own dungeon, once it had inspired its monsters through an act of evil. The hungry evil was in the mood for horse salami. The time had come to get rid of the unicorn.
Avoid the fratricidal war. Each sliver of a soul exists in its own right.
Him again? Good grief, can't he and his pseudo-mystical babbling go somewhere else? We're trying to tell a story here. Suddenly, the creatures of the abominable evil itched all over and started scratching their bodies. This was bound to have been caused by the presence of the nauseatingly good unicorn rubbing off on them. Nailed it! The horde's bloodthirsty monsters killed the disgustingly fluffy unicorn on behalf of the ensconced evil. For the troops, this meant only one thing: horse salami. But wait, that's not all. This evil deed completely delighted the horde and inspired it to new evil deeds. The ultimate evil was now able to get its servants to upgrade the throne room. This would give access to more fabulously diabolical things. The ultimate evil returned to its throne room at once and had it upgraded immediately. The swanky evil's new throne room shone in all its glory. The evil immediately checked out the other rooms, particularly the Tinkerer's Cave, to see what new things its creatures would be able to research now. The strange altar in the old orc cave was fascinating. With the new and improved throne room and a little brain power, it would presumably not be beyond the wit of the ultimate evil to build one in its own dungeon. There, it could be made available to all its creatures. The evil and heinous acts perpetrated by the ultimate evil left the cities feeling threatened, and they hired extra guards to protect them. The amused evil was evil as it was. Another gold transport was stopped by the creatures of the vile evil.
The Ultimate Evils Arena was imposing, impressive, charming, and pure fiction. In fact, this new room had not even been researched in the Tinkerer's Cave yet. How on earth is this game ever going to come to an end? This area of the overworld housed an old but functional hero's entrance that led into the underground close to the dungeon. The Ultimate Evil decided to secure it in order to use it as another secret means of sneaking up to the surface. By the forest and its lumped camp held up well, but were not able to tactically outwit the dastardly evil's genius, and so the city was destroyed by the Horde. The question now arose whether the Horde should start felling trees here, or whether that would enrage the Night Elves. Hang on, Night Elves? Oh, wrong game. Apologies. Another bank required government help. Immediately, a gold-laden donkey headed out onto Wall Street. It's payday. There were still cities waiting to be annihilated by the Horde. The small fishing village offered little resistance against the Horde. The thought of getting the fishermen to work for it was quickly rejected by a doubtful evil. It was concerned that the Horde would get too used to something so tasty. Once again, a transport of gold had reached one of the cities and so saved a bank. New research was available in the Tinkerer's Cave, in particular, a new room. withstand the marauding horde and became victim to the bloodthirsty warriors. The survivors would be allowed to continue working in the quarry. They'd just be made to do it in chains to please the insidious evil. Mission accomplished. The unicorn graced the ultimate evil's mantelpiece. The cities lay in ruins and Wall Street was occupied. 99% of the mission objectives had been completed. Wait, no, it's 100%. Excellent! The ultimate evil was on the trail of the maid. Trolls, renowned for... Some creatures had been hiding in a secret room. They joined the ultimate evil. A room full of rats has been unearthed. There was a small, very well-guarded Alliance camp in the overworld that had now noticed the Horde. Unfortunately, this camp was already connected to the dungeon, so that very soon, wave upon wave of heroes would start streaming into the dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Payday! The creatures of the ultimate evil came upon a strange portal. The evil immediately recognized it for what it was, the entrance to the demon realm. Could this be used to bring the demons under evil's control? The glowering creatures surrounding the area did not appear to share this wish. They seemed more interested in the game of rough and tumble. When the demons persistently refused to subjugate themselves to the vile evil, the horde promptly stormed them. The portal disappeared, but it would certainly not be the only one. What did the demon's presence here mean? The ultimate evil let its creatures continue to push on to where the clan chiefs resided. The Alliance camp went up in smoke and flames. The unspeakable evil's creatures shouted and roared their victory to all and sundry. It would take some time before it dawned on them that they could have feasted royally from the contents of the Alliance's stores. The unspeakable evil's creatures saw Trollolo and Groom in the distance. However, their glowing red eyes did not bode well. They appeared to be under a spell, an energy aura wobbling around them somewhat disturbingly. To make matters worse, the hero magician Gandaldor happened to appear at this moment too. After all, a magician never arrives too late or too soon, but always precisely when he means to.
Defend this place, my minions, for truly, the Horde will not be a problem for my master.
With these unpleasing words, magic portals opened in the disgruntled evil's dungeon to release sinister demons into its realm. Brace yourself. The uneasy evil's little snots had been digging when they came upon a strange room, which was heavily guarded. An inner voice told the evil that it should keep its nose out of there until the appropriate mission objective had been given. A group of vicious demons were guarding the area. Since neither Buffy nor the Winchester brothers were currently available to sort them out for better or for worse, it would have to be up to the Horde or the delegating evil to get the job. The destruction of the demons and the hellish crystal meant that the barrier was destroyed too. The self-satisfied evil allowed itself a quick pat on the back. Now, it was time to deal with Trollolo and Broom. It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. When the Horde's creatures reached the clan chief's Trollolo and room, there was no more demonic fire to be seen blazing in their eyes. Both joined the ultimate evil with the greatest glee. The prudent evil resisted the urge to punish them both severely for their treachery, for the time being at any rate. Currently, it needed all the help it could muster. This basically good hero had allied himself with the demons who were resisting the unspeakable evil's control. That did not bode well, at least not for the ultimate evil. The path to the clan chief's dungeon appeared to be guarded by some corrupted trolls who bombarded the gorge incessantly with stones. The well-armed evil would have to take good care of its troops here, or alternatively, avoid clever tactics and send them through en masse, as befits a horde. Some confused creatures decided to go up against the horde of the ultimate evil. However, the moment was short-lived and their fate sealed. The creatures of the keeping itself at a safe distance evil entered the clan chief's dungeon. However, something was very wrong. The demonic influence was palpable. Slowly they groped their way forwards, penetrating further into the darkness, following the relentless clicks of the ultimate evil. have been held captive here, and after being liberated, were pleased to join the Horde. Payday! There are enemies in your dungeon. It was more than a curious question as to what the demons here were all about. What was their motivation? And why had Gandalf allied himself with them? The creatures of the research-hungry evil had discovered a Chaos Forge. Here, trolls created powerful improvements for the entire Horde. Something like that would do nicely in its own dungeon. In the former clan chief's dungeon, the unspeakable evil stumbled upon another demonic crystal, one which projected its insidious aura onto the surface. It was clear that this thing would have to be destroyed as well. The second demonic crystal was destroyed by the Horde, and with its demise an area in the overworld was set free. This, moreover, the rock throwers were able to free themselves from the spell and didn't hesitate to join the Horde.
This will not please my lord. The true evil will tear you apart. Vengeance will be ours.
The voice of the obviously corrupted magician boomed across the battlefield. He seemed to think himself a servant of evil, but he was serving the wrong evil, and the Horde would soon teach him that. Unfortunately, the Demon's Crystal had failed to provide access to certain areas of the overworld. The ever-exploratory evil then saw that the hero's camp in the overworld happened to be conveniently close to the crystal. This might just prove useful. It was time to clean up the camp. It goes without saying that the renegade demons and the Alliance were not the best of friends. Thus, another portal quite near to the camp opened, and demons started pouring out of it. Very soon, a fierce battle raged between the two camps. This could be a good opportunity to have the last laugh. Why not use the opportunity to wipe out the weakened Alliance, if I may be so bold? Enemies have entered the dungeon. Lasted about as long as a flock of sheep at an orc family reunion. As a bonus, so to speak, a plateau appeared very close to the demonic crystal. Perhaps a troll rock thrower could be useful here. Fortunately, the mission plan following evil had just recently recruited the troll rock throwers. This kind of unit could dig in and then attack the crystal from the plateau. A plateau allowed the displeased evil's creatures to see the unnatural pulsating of a demonic crystal. This crystal was located on the surface and could not be reached without anyone succumbing to its power. trolls smashed the demonic crystal to pieces with their enormous rocks, and so put an end to the aura. The Horde was once again on the march.
You'll pay for that. The one true evil will not be stopped.
It's payday. The troll chieftain Groom died a heroic death. At least, that's what will be written in the history book. Probably best not to see the demon blood. A few more demons had idiotically thrown themselves into an attack on the Horde. There was an entrance leading into the underground behind them. That had to be Gandalf's hideout. The Giant's camp went up in flames. An inner voice, as well as the mission display, informed the ultimate evil that there were no other camps in the area.
Welcome. You who are about to die, we salute you. For we will die here. For horror. For the one true evil.
Troubled by the lack of control, while the Alliance was marching, while the Horde was, a gang of shadow lurkers hopped out of one of the portals. Very emaciated demons, not exactly known for their intelligence. But it seemed as if a larger and much smarter power was guiding them. It looked like they were being controlled. Quickly, these little creatures made their way to another portal nearby to wait for other demons. Inattentive guards were no match for the shadow lurkers. Another group, however, had now noticed the portal and were on their way to inspect it. The shadow lurkers had to hurry to eliminate them before they could sabotage the portal. And out flowed enchanting creatures. And enchanting was the word. A succubus, or more accurately, several succubi, poured out of the portal and joined the rest of the demons. They too seemed to be guided by a higher power. Let's call it, without anticipating events, the chaotic evil. A few guards who were loitering in the area were on their way to the nearest portal. This presented a great opportunity for the chaotic evil to try out the enchanting powers of a succubus. They spent ages messing around when everything could be solved with brute force. The chaotic evil's thoughts went something along those lines, as it simply had the guards beaten to a pulp, saving the succubus's powers for later. In the meantime, a new demon portal opened a little further away. Out of it streamed demons, who unfortunately came face to face with some Alliance guards. The demons of the chaotic evil immediately set out to help them. A large group of guards had assembled and stood in the way of the demons. To make matters worse, there were some amongst them whose eyes could easily spot invisible beings. The shadow lurkers wouldn't be of much use here. Divided the city of Bentos in two. This area was heavily guarded. Too heavily for the still weak army of the chaotic evil. The demon invasion would probably grind to an inglorious halt here. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course it won't grind to a halt, because just at this moment another portal opened, from which mighty pit fiends emerged. These massive demons wouldn't have any problem storming these defenses. The chaotic evil's army secured the square with ease. It seemed as if the army of the chaotic evil would never ever reach that portal. Yes, the same portal that I mentioned a few minutes ago. The one where demons are fighting for their lives. The one that will very soon be dead, gone, no more. An X-portal. At last, the creatures of the chaotic evil arrived and secured the portal. But the other side had used the time well. A large alliance army had gathered and entrenched themselves here. Well, it was about time. The chaotic evil put its whole trust into its newest army recruit. The square was captured. A huge demon portal opened straight to oblivion. Wait, no, not oblivion, somewhere else. Birmingham. We don't want to be sued again. But this portal would not activate on its own. It needed to be charged up. Workers flocked to finish the portal. The chaotic evil had to protect the workers and the portal in order to secure its reinforcements. The city's defenders would never sit idly by and wait for this monstrosity to be completed. The portal was fully charged. Now the army of the chaotic evil could no longer be stopped. A continuous supply of reinforcements flowed out of the portal. Ventos was lost. And now you're thinking with portals too. Very good. There was another portal needing to be freed. This was in the underground and was surrounded by the Templar Knights. Only when their temple had been destroyed would this last portal be ready. The portal on which everything else depended. Temple of Ventos. Troubled by the lack of control, far from the Horde, The busy workers of the Flaming Legion had discovered a lot of disturbing evidence that there were dwarves nearby. Of course, this wasn't really possible, since the whole point of this was to lay siege to the Elven city, so the chaotic evil ignored this bit of information.
Payday!
Payday. There are enemies in your dungeon. Payday. The ultimate evil has discovered a buried room with a few heroes inside. Spiders have spread throughout the underground. Spiders have spread throughout the underground. Hopefully no one has arachnophobia. A spider nest has been discovered. There are enemies in your dungeon. The servants of the chaotic evil had discovered a way to the surface. Apparently this came out quite close to the tree of life. Time to trim the bonsai. Spiders have spread throughout the underground. It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. the chaotic evil got its first glimpse of the Tree of Life and was relieved to see that it was not a 140-minute film about a grieving husband, but an actual tree. Woody growths are much easier to wipe off the face of the earth than media products. The chaotic evil managed to destroy the Tree of Life, in stark contrast to his buddy Archimon, who was defeated by a few balls of light. Weakling. When the Tree of Life died, the forest surrounding it died as well. New, unexpected pathways were revealed through the dying trees. Perhaps the Flaming Legion will be able to access the city this way. Oh yes, and a nice side effect was that this evil deed inspired the chaotic evil's creatures afresh. The evil immediately set about upgrading the throne room. Your dungeon is full of yogurt. Yogurt? What's this all about? There's absolutely no yogurt. Oh, it's supposed to be a funny illusion. I see. Very funny. Enemies have entered the dungeon. There are countless spiders pouring out of a room that was accidentally unearthed. Disgusting. Payday!
passageway had been opened up through the dying trees, leading directly to Tipsy Town. The Flaming Legion advanced towards the city. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any magicians showing up at the last minute with an elven army. There are enemies in your dungeon. A certain somebody wants to make this mission particularly difficult for themselves. Contrary to my advice, the stubborn as a mule evil had still not eliminated the dwarves, and now faced a dwarven army under the leadership of the mine superintendent. Really classy move. Oh, challenge evil.
town had been destroyed. The flaming legion of the chaotic evil had triumphed. The wail of the elves could be heard for absolutely miles. A good day. Troubled by the lack of control it was able to exert over the renegade demons, the ultimate evil traveled north into the Plaguelands. This area was home to the undead, who had eked out an existence there for eons. It was certain they would be eager to join the ultimate evil. Word of the ultimate evil's presence had spread among the supporters of the Alliance like wildfire. The evil would soon have to deal with their unwillingness to tolerate its presence. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Payday! Although the Horde was still exposed to constant Alliance attacks, the offensive, tactic-loving evil did not hesitate. It sent some cannon fodder, creatures, to the surface. In the east of the posh lands lay a small Alliance camp that looked after the area's agriculture. This wouldn't be of much help against a bunch of crazed orcs. Payday. There are enemies in your dungeon. The Alliance's outpost in the east was unable to resist the Horde. Another part of the posh lands fell to make room for some beautiful tombs, from which undead would soon rise. Enemies have entered the dungeon. enemies in your dungeon. In the middle of the Poshlands, directly at a crossroads, there lay the small but well-fortified village of Bunnyfield. The Alliance would send small attack groups towards the dungeon from here as well. It's payday. Defend the throne room. A room full of rats has been unearthed. Enemies have entered the dungeon. There was a small Alliance military camp to the south, which guarded the border to the Poshlands. An attack from inside the Poshlands would be sure to surprise them. Enemies have entered the dungeon. There were few that could withstand the ultimate evil's horde. The Alliance's military camps in the south were obviously not amongst those rare few. They disappeared from the surface faster than a brain amidst a horde of zombies. The throne room is under attack. It's payday. There are enemies in your dungeon. Just in time, or rather better late than never, some of the Horde's troops appeared from the south. They had presumably just come from paying a brief visit to their favorite pub, the Winchester, which was run by two brothers. Whatever. These troops came to help, and the ultimate evil could certainly make good use of them. There are enemies in your dungeon. payday. After the Alliance had repeatedly failed with their clumsy wave tactics, the decision was made to overrun the ultimate evil with a single giant attack. Of course, this would fail, but it would be close. Very close. From the book Vaguelands, Until the Morning Mists Arise. The undead in these lands were a scary lot. They lacked any of the glitz and glamour which we now associate with the undead, particularly vampires. It would be completely futile to search for a teen love story anywhere around here. There are enemies in your dungeon. The last Alliance forces have been defeated, and with them, the armies of good have been driven back, for the time being at least. Now it was time to change tack and start the attack. The posh lands now needed to be restored to their former glory.
Oh God! It's the Slender Man! Run!
Oh, sorry, just my shadow. Payday! The capital of the Poshlands lay in the northwest of the country. Hipster Bridge. Yeah, just terrible. But what can you do? Despite its ridiculous name, Hipster Bridge was heavily guarded and would resist attack by all means possible. The Horde would have to work hard here to bring the city back into the Plaguelands. Stanley was wondering whether he should return to his desk. Sorry. Mission accomplished. The Poshlands were history, so 3 cheers for the Plaguelands. It wouldn't be long before the undead would rise again. Skeletons, zombies, white wanderers, well, maybe not the latter. And rise they did. To be honest, they were actually less than the astounded evil expected, but still. It used its mental abilities to reach out to them in order to seize them and to bring them under its control. But the evil did not succeed. Another power had already taken possession of them. A massive shape rose from a crypt in the east. It started to speak in the ultimate evil's direction.
You hold no power here. I will only obey the King of Gondor. I mean, the ultimate evil. It is time for you to die, oh living ones.
This was a tad unexpected for the ultimate evil. It would seem there was an imposter out there trying to usurp its title. It would have to worry about that later, though. This threat had to be dealt with first, as the undead were obviously baying for a fight with the Horde. It could safely be assumed that whoever was controlling the undead was doing so from somewhere up in the wild region of the Plaguelands. The ultimate evil would need to send its troops there in order to eliminate this threat. Once again, the strange figure appeared, just like it had done several times before. The creatures of the unspeakable evil paused, confused, uncertain what to do.
You fool! I warned you not to start a civil war! For that, you will pay!
With these words, the mysterious figure disappeared once again. Probably hadn't had enough breakfast. Never mind. There's a skeleton king in the crypt just waiting to be pounded into a pulp by the horde. You shouldn't keep him waiting. That would be rude. Once, the Plaguelands were a cozy place for the undead. However, after the ultimate evil's fall, the place was taken over by a group known as the Crimson Crusade. They transformed it into the Poshlands. They even made a film about it, a very sad story called Unlife is Beautiful.
This is where the dead do rest. There is no place for the living here. Meet my sword. Frostgarn is hungry.
It was obvious that negotiations were not an option. Therefore, the powerful evil chose one of its most well-proven tactics to solve the problem. Hit it till it stops moving. The Skeleton King was unable to withstand the unspeakable evil's creatures and crumbled to dust under their mighty blows like a vampire in sunlight. Just like a proper vampire does. Not one of those little twilight wuzzes. But I digress. The undead remained completely unimpressed and steadfastly refused to be controlled by the ultimate evil. Something out there was stopping them. However, without a leader, they were no longer a threat to the horde. They just trudged about mindlessly, completely devoid of control. They were therefore useless to the ultimate evil. So the evil pushed on towards King's Ending in order to destroy the Alliance's remaining heroes there. While the ultimate evil was distracted by demons, all was a small village close by, inhabited by tiny creatures, pixies. They were very kind-hearted, cheerful and friendly. The mere thought of them left a nasty taste in the Gargamelesque evil's mouth. Obliterating these good-hearted creatures from the overworld would drive the esteem in which the ultimate evil was held to new dizzying heights. This, technically speaking, would unlock new research, which could prove to be essential.
Payday. Logs have been piled next to one of the paths. With a nudge, they could be used to block the way. The pixie village was laid to rack and ruin by the horde. Word of this heartbreakingly evil act quickly spread among the insidious evil's creatures. Elated by such an amoral act of bravura, the little snot started making plans for an even more impressive throne room. Spiders have spread throughout the underground.
first noble is arriving, Ted Stark, the one who wore fur once Winterfell and had a death wish. He likes to travel through dangerous terrain without the protection of strong troops. The hateful evil intercepted him before he reached the castle. Ted Stark went down. That was almost as easy as stealing candy from a baby. Curiously, his head almost immediately detached itself from his torso. The disinterested evil, however, just shrugged its shoulders at this. It's payday. discovered one of the lost creatures. A mighty troll juggernaut who came with an absurdly high amount of health points and defended itself with strong roundhouse blows. Another nobleman was on his way to the new king's wedding. Waldo Frey was known for his racy parties and had an entourage consisting entirely of his own offspring. Although Waldo was a master at hiding, the stubborn evil was not about to let him reach the castle. The eagle-eyed evil easily found and destroyed Waldo Frey. His days of hide-and-seek were over. Spiders have spread throughout the underground. Payday! The little snots had dug up one of the lost creatures, a mighty orc Ironhide, who, thanks to its incredibly hard armor, could shrug off even the most powerful blows with a yawn. It joyfully rejoined the army of the ultimate evil. There are countless spiders pouring out of a room that was accidentally unearthed. Disgusting. It's payday. The arrival of another nobleman was imminent. Jamie Oliver. No, Manchester. Sorry, I read that wrong. His cooking and fighting skills were legend... Wait for it... Derry. The grim-faced evil was not impressed by this at all. Jamie Lanchester bit the dust, defeated by the ultimate evil's horde. What would his sister say? Hopefully no one has arachnophobia. A spider nest has been discovered. It's payday. Rumble announced the release of the log pile, which completely buried the road. No more nobles will be able to arrive along this path. Meantime, several carnivorous penguins had begun to make their way to the Ultimate Evil's dungeon. They would arrive eventually, but definitely not before this story has ended. Yet again, another nobleman was on his way. God, this is slowly beginning to feel like a tower defense game. This time, it was Jontron Snow. To save time, all the funny stuff has just been deleted and the ultimate evil is now simply planning his destruction. As expected, Jontron Snow was no match for the ultimate evil. You know nothing, Jontron Snow. Might be because you're dead now. Payday. Another oops, hang on, that's not a nobleman. Peter Relish took care of the realm's finances. Actually, he was not a nobleman, but his lack of manners had led to him being given the name of Lord Middlefinger. Of course, the ultimate evil did not care about such trivialities, but did arrange for his earliest demise. Hopefully no one has arachnophobia. A spider nest has been discovered. Hopefully no one has arachnophobia. A spider nest has been discovered. Payday! Lord Middlefinger's skills in verbal abuse were no protection against the snarling creatures of the Horde. He, too, would not be partaking in any festivities. Seems this realm has more nobles than I've had hot dinners. Another one. Ransom Bolton was on the way. There's little good to say about him. His penchant for torture made the ultimate evil feel quite kindly disposed towards him. Despite this, however, he would not reach the castle alive.
Payday!
Although the ultimate evil found Ransom Bolton's fondness for unconventional torture practices one of his better points, it did in the end help to ensure his demise. Sandman Clegane, a feared warrior, was just setting out for Joffrey's wedding. The careless evil should be wary of his strong army. Under no circumstances must he be allowed to reach the wedding party.
Payday.
Sandman Clegane had slurped his last cup of tea and lay on the ground like a whipped dog. The violence-obsessed evil had triumphed once more. Karl Franz von Realmland was on the way to the celebrations to offer his congratulations to Joffrey on his wedding day. He was particularly known for his warhammer. Get it? Warhammer. No, you don't get it, do you? Oh, never mind, just stop him. Franz von Realmland had little to counter the Horde with and fell to the forces of chaos. That'll teach him to sneak into another fantasy universe. Another nobleman. Will this never end? This time, it was Arthur Minithrill. Arthur was still mourning his father, who had recently passed away under mysterious circumstances. The ultimate evil swore that he would unite him with his father very soon.
Payday.
Arthur Minithrill was defeated. Once again, the ultimate evil had triumphed. Wait, didn't he just twitch a bit? No, sorry, my mistake. Would be silly if he suddenly arose again as an undead, wouldn't it? Everything must come to an end. Even nobles arriving. The last of them was on the way. Oberon Mattel was traveling in search of his sister's murderer and selling amusing toys on the side. Both would prove of no help to him because the ultimate evil had already signed his death warrant. As Oberon Mattel went to the ground, a tacky toy doll representing an unrealistic ideal of beauty slipped from his hands. It would be interesting to pursue this further, but the ultimate evil had no fascination for toys, just chaos and destruction. At last, the endless stream of wedding guests dried up. The celebrations in the castle were about to begin. The wedding-crashing evil estimated that it would take about 6 minutes before the wedding guests had built up enough Dutch courage to start a major attack on the dungeon. It's payday. A strange odor spread through the ultimate evil's dungeon. It vowed that in the future it would eat fewer beings. The wedding party was complete. Without further ado, they decided to attack the nearby dungeon in celebration of the occasion. Unfortunately, it was the ultimate evil's dungeon. It chuckled inwardly and got ready for the attackers preparing to roll in. It's payday. The Alliance's major offensive had failed. The repulsive evil's creatures cheered. The ultimate evil thought such behavior way too cheesy. They gave a few of the celebrating little snots a clip round the ear and began the preparations for an attack on the wedding. The departing wedding guests left King Joffrey back in the safety of his castle. Yet there were relatively few guards on duty. This was an ideal opportunity for the insidious evil to reunite father and son in the grave. Job done. While the job done. Finally. Some creatures had been hiding in a secret room. They joined the ultimate evil. Some creatures had been hiding in a secret room. They joined the ultimate evil. There are enemies in your dungeon. Some creatures had been hiding in a secret room. They joined the ultimate evil. Payday. Some creatures had been hiding in a secret room. They joined the ultimate evil. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Spiders have spread throughout the underground. Payday. There was a nice, quiet little village near the gate to the vengeful evil's dungeon. Here, unsuspecting peasants tilled their fields and sheep peacefully grazed. Unfortunately, this would not last much longer, because the creatures of the dastardly evil would reduce this land to ashes.
Payday!
As might be expected, the creatures of the strategically savvy evil made short work of the nice, quiet little village that had the misfortune of lying a little too near to the dungeon gate. Its destruction, however, had not gone unnoticed. The thick smoke plumes and the change in the river were a bit of a giveaway. The imminent arrival of a few Alliance troops was to be expected. Hopefully no one has arachnophobia. A spider nest has been discovered. A village with an imposing-looking castle towering over it slowly emerged from the fog of war. This was bound to have numerous Alliance defenders entrenched in it. This castle had to fall. There are enemies in your dungeon. Payday! Suddenly the bells of the castle rang out. All the peasants in the surrounding area fled, not in panic at the wicked evil's creatures, but to the castle, in order to hopefully no one has arachnophobia. A spider nest has been discovered. In the end, the castle was unable to offer much resistance against the hideous evil's creatures. It was defeated. The Horde had triumphed again. Another small camp lay before the creatures of the unspeakable evil. But it was quiet, too quiet. Could this be an ambush? Keeping a safe distance, the unstoppable evil let its minions advance. An ambush. Suddenly, a lion's troops sprung out from their hiding places and attacked the surprised evil's creatures. Defend the throne room. However, despite the well-planned ambush, the defenders of good could not stop the despicable evil. Yet another outpost of King's Ending was sent up in smoke and flames. The destruction of the King's Ending outpost had demoralized the defenders. Grumly, the Dwarf King, could not restrain himself and attacked.
Come on, follow me. Let's drive this dishonorable scum out of our country. Certainty of death, small chance of success. What are we waiting for?
The gates of King's Ending opened. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Grumly, the Dwarven High King, lay in the dust. Once again, the insidious evil had won, and had at last completed a further step on its path of revenge. The remaining heroes entrenched and barricaded themselves into King's Ending. It was time to take the battle into the city. Payday! There are countless spiders pouring out of a room that was accidentally unearthed. Disgusting. There are enemies in your dungeon. It's payday. Oh, oh. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Payday. Spiders have spread throughout the underground. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. There are countless spiders pouring out of a room that was accidentally unearthed. Disgusting. There are enemies in your dungeon. Payday! Hordes storm the Alliance's capital. Magnificent white houses grace the streets here. Could they defy the vile evil? Probably not. As yet, not a single house had been destroyed. Was the thoughtful evil thinking about moving its creatures in here? Very doubtful. It was much more fun treacherously planning how it could destroy the city most effectively and viciously. It's payday. One of the houses just went up in flames. Oh, I love the smell of napalm in the morning. I mean, the creatures of the destruction-mad evil raged uninterrupted through the city, destroying everything that got in their way. A very evil deed.
Come, Spectre! Let us throw this scum out of our city! Not belong to one man, but to all! Let us together return this world that we may flourish in the days of peace! Never again will this
Two quotes at once? Good grief, my tongue's gone all blurry. Anyway, Gudrul, the elemental magus, appeared in the city in order to protect it and drive the abominable evil out. It was obvious that she didn't understand that the genius evil was the main protagonist of this story, and she only had a bit part. Her demise would give all of us great joy. defend the throne room. Enemies have entered the dungeon. It's payday.
defeated me. Take note, today is not the end. I will return. On that depend.
Last house in the upper town of King's Ending had been destroyed. It was now time to put an end to the elemental elemental magette. You know, I really hate writers. Why did they do this to me? Never mind. It was now time to put an end to Gudrun once and for all, permanently. With an impressive speech, the elemental magess prepared herself for the final battle. The menacing evil was entirely unimpressed and sent its henchmen into the field. The elemental magess continued moving around King's Ending and was giving the Horde significant problems. It's time to kick ass and chew bubblegum. But we're all out of gum. I mean, after a tough battle, the elemental mages fell to the ground. Her time was over. Now the demigod was all that stood between the forces of evil and success.
You think that this is the end, but in fact, it is just the beginning.
You again? Hey, if I want to hear esoteric jabbering, I'll go to a natural healer and get my diseases cured with a pendulum. Now, let's get back to the story. We've just got to the bit where you destroyed King's Ending.
Hold your position! Hold your position! Sons of King's Ending, my brothers! I see in your eyes the same fear that would take the heart of me. A day may come when the courage of the Alliance fails, when we forsake our friends and break all bonds of fellowship. But it is not this day. This day we fight! By all that you hold dear on this good earth, I bid you stand, men of the Alliance!
With a brilliant and plagiarized speech, the demigod Protos roused the warriors to the final battle against evil. Here it is then, the last confrontation between good and evil, the final battle. The impressive finale that probably only 10% of all buyers actually got to see. The epic end to the story, for which several people have worked sleepless nights to complete. So, this is it. Now it was up to the creatures of the snorting with fury evil to exact their final revenge. As yet, not a single house had been destroyed. Was the thoughtful evil thinking about moving its creatures in here? Well, very doubtful. It was much more likely to be treacherously planning how it could destroy the city most effectively and viciously. It's payday. One of the houses just went up in flames. Oh, I love the smell of napalm in the morning. I mean, the creatures of the destruction-mad evil raged uninterrupted through the city, destroying everything that got in their way. A very evil indeed. Two quotes at once. Good grief, my tongue's gone all crooked. Anyway, Guru, the elemental mages, appeared in the city in order to protect it and drive the abominable evil out. It was obvious that she didn't understand that the genius evil was the main protagonist of this story, and she only had a bit part. Her demise would give all of us great joy. There are enemies in your dungeon. It's payday. Some creatures had been hiding in a secret room. They joined the ultimate evil.
Defeated me. Take note, today is not the end. I will return. On that depend. Take note, today is not the end. I will return. On that depend.
It's payday. The throne room is under attack.
Take note, today is not the end. I will return. On that depend. Not yet defeated me. Take note, today is not the end. I will return. On that depend.
last house in the upper town of King's Ending had been destroyed. It was now time to put an end to the elemental elemental magette. You know, why did they do this to me? Never mind. It was now time to put an end to good old Jewel once and for all. Permanently.
It's time to end this once and for all. Defend yourself, scum. You shall not pass.
With an impressive speech, the elemental magess prepared herself for the final battle. The menacing evil was entirely unimpressed and sent its henchmen into the fray.
At last!
After a tough battle, the elemental magess fell to the ground. Her time was over. Now the demigod was all that stood between the forces of evil and success.
You think that this is the end, but in fact, it's just
You again? Hey, if I want to hear esoteric jabbering, I'll go to a natural healer and get my diseases cured with a pendulum. Now, let's get back to the story. We've just got to the bit where you destroyed King's Ending.
Hold your position! Hold your position! Sons of King's Ending, my brothers! I see in your eyes the same fear that would take the heart of me. A day may come when the courage of the Alliance fails, when we forsake our friends and break all bonds of fellowship. But it is not this day. This day we fight! By all that you hold dear on this good earth, I bid you stand, men of the Alliance!
With a brilliant and plagiarized speech, the demigod Krotos roused the warriors for the final battle against evil. Here it is then, the last confrontation between good and evil, the final battle. The impressive finale that probably only 10% of all buyers actually get to see. The epic end to the story, for which several people have worked sleepless nights to complete. So, this is it. Now it was up to the creatures of the snorting with fury evil to exact their final revenge. There are enemies in your dungeon. Enemies have entered the dungeon. It's payday. There are enemies in your dungeon. Payday. Payday.
Yes! Wow! You
With a horse,
Oh!
Krotos